5 blue, 6 white, and 2 green. Also on the blocks, we have 4 A blocks, 6 B blocks, 5 C blocks, and 3 D blocks. So if anybody still wants to get in, you can. If we don't sell out, I will be doing refunds for the rest for everybody who did get into them. So y'all just let me know what y'all would like me to do. Be sure to hit that square red key on your console and you'll start bowling for score. Good luck, bowlers.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Flanagan here with you from Inside Bowling, and welcome to Arkansas. For the second year, I'm here at the Nightmare Doubles 2021 edition here. Different bowling center. This year we're at All Fam Bowling Entertainment Center. I'm going to take you out to the lanes, of course. Just wanted to say hello this morning as we dial in today's coverage. It's very dark here in the concourse area. I've been adjusting my exposures a little bit on the cameras. I'll be working on that all morning for you as I present to you this A squad qualifying round. 8 total games for you here this morning. And it's good to be back on the air with you all here on Inside Bowling. Of course, I'll take you through all the information regarding the event here shortly. But I want to say hello to everyone in the chat. I want to welcome everybody in. Our YouTube channel has been doing extremely well. We're getting close to 40,000 subscribers here on Inside Bowling with the educational and instructional tips that we put out there, as well as live streaming these bowling tournaments as we have for the last 10 years across 3 different platforms. We landed on YouTube about 7 years ago, and that's kind of where we've stuck. Our next event coming up will be the Holiday Doubles from St. Clair Bowl coming up here in December. Won't have any events in November for you, but we're good to be here in October. Happy Halloween to everybody. Nightmare Doubles, bit of a Halloween theme here the last 2 years. I want to thank Brian Kennedy and Corcus Chisholm for inviting me back again this year to bring you the coverage here on Inside Bowling. I also want to welcome all of you in that are watching all over the world here in the chat today. Looking forward to bringing you the competition today on this A squad qualifying. We've got 8 games for you this morning. We'll be back at 2 o'clock for 8 more games. Bowlers will be participating on a house condition. Very high scoring. Should be fun to watch. A lot of striking going out on the lanes. We have 18 teams this morning. We have 22 teams signed up for B squad. B squad will take up to 32, and they do allow re-entries here. Want to say hello to Zach, Avery, Stan the Man, Peter, Carlos, Dana, Richard, everybody. Welcome. Folks, you guys probably want to know who we're watching right here in front of us. And you see Daniel Ferish is up on lane 22. He's bowling with Steve Novak. They are the defending champions of this event. They're bowling with Brandon and Sheldon Leeskamp on lanes 21 and 22. On lanes 23 and 24, right next door, we got Jonathan Holloman and Corey Imhoff, along with Carl Williams and Aaron Holloman. I'll tell you about all the teams we have here in the field at this time. Sean Lavery Spar is bowling with Michael Holloman. They are on the first pair being used, which looks like it's 13 and 14. They're bowling with Darren Chaffin and Aaron Ruiz. Right next door, we've got Rick Justice bowling with Billy Rogers, and they're crossing with Anthony Richmond and Terry Solvent III. Just to the right of this pair, or these 2 pairs, I should say, we have Corey Smith and Brad Brooks. We'll talk about Brad Brooks here in a little bit. Daley Young and Antoine Jones. Next door from there, we've got Brian Brigman and Glenn Brown Jr., along with Jimmy Dunn and Billy Levan. Also this morning, we've got Kevin Smith and Dimitri Kassionis Ryan Barnes and TJ Rock bowling together. We've also got Cam Hurwitz and Alec Keplinger. Josh Imhoff bowling with Jimmy McMartin. Nick Summer bowling with Derek Lewis. And Brad Beard bowling with David Kroll. 18 teams this morning. If you're just firing up the stream, I want to welcome you into today's broadcast here at Cabot, Arkansas. 2021 Nightmare Doubles, All Fam Bowling Entertainment Center. I want to thank our sponsors as well for making this possible. Those sponsors are Brunswick. If you're looking for a new bowling ball, make sure you consider the Brunswick family of brands and the Brunswick brand for your next bowling ball purchase. Also, Brooks Agency. I mentioned Brad Brooks bowling the event. Brad Brooks is a huge supporter of this event. And the Brooks Agency, a proud sponsor of the 2021 Nightmare Doubles. Also right here, Brian Kennedy and his team at Bowl 101 Pro Shop right here at the bowling center. It's great to see the shop. A wonderful looking pro shop here, Bowl 101. Make sure you check them out if you're in the area. New sponsor this year as well is First Community Bank. That's right, First Community Bank right here in Cabot, Arkansas. I also want to make you aware of a special fundraiser also happening here within the bowling center. And also, if you'd like to donate, you can reach out to Corky's Chisholm directly. But we're doing a fundraiser this weekend for the Pine Bluff Police Department in honor of Detective Kevin Collins, who lost his life, raising money for a great cause, the Pine Bluff Police Department, in honor again of Detective Kevin Collins. Cabot, not Cabot. Thank you very much, Matt. Cabot, Arkansas. Cabot. Did a lot of cabinet in Vegas last week. Got to go to a Blues game. Hello to Richard Jones Jr., Mikey Mann, TQ. How you doing, TQ? Good to see you. Richard, welcome for the first time watching. TQ will be bowling on B Squad. TQ knows he's one of my favorites. You talk about somebody that can strike. Old TQ can do some striking. Again, they're bowling on a house condition. I don't have a printout of the house condition. It's really not necessary. I could probably draw it. A lot of oil in the middle, not much oil on the outside. If you miss left, it holds. If you miss right, it hooks. And that's for a right-hander, of course. I've had to be a little creative here today with the way I've built some of these scoreboards. I had to do all the setup this morning. They were very busy last night, so it's been an early morning for me, everybody. Let's bounce out of here and let's introduce you to our other pairs that I have for you here all weekend, 27 through 30. We got Corey Imhoff with Jonathan Holloman. Billy Rogers and Rick Justice. All right, everybody, I had to go work something out there. The lane assignments that I've been given are a little bit different than what actually ended up shaking out. But over here on lanes 29 and 30, we're not using lanes 31 and 32. Those lanes will not be used this weekend in competition. We do have Nick Summer and Derek Lewis with Brad Beard and David Kroll over here on the right side of your screen. The order that I had actually had I'm off bowling further down, but looks like some things have been jockeyed around. So Corcus is going to send me over a new lane assignment sheet. So some of the information I gave you a little bit ago was off just a little bit, but nonetheless, you know all the teams that are bowling. So I'm always looking for 300s on when it's.
That pair is blocked out, so you have nobody else, and their names are directly next to each other. Which pair are on.
Okay, all right. So quick question: you got Floyd Bush here?
No, neither. Those four are not here.
Those four are not here. JD and Floyd.
No, they're not. I'll give you that.
Okay. All right. Okay. We had a couple teams cancel here, so got it. Bringing me over who we got here, working the kinks out here this morning. So I'm always looking for 300 games on house conditions. That's what everybody wants to see, right? And I am sitting behind 25 and 26. And I do have my wireless camera available if I need to go somewhere and cover something. No 300s here. But we do have front five. Well, not anymore. It's because I went there. By TJ. TJ Rockball with Ryan Barnes, and they're actually crossing with Novak and Ferish. And right next door we've got thank you. No problem, no problem. Yeah, even the list they just gave me is off, I think. All right, I think I got it now. Yeah, Ferish and Novak bowling with TJ Rock and Ryan Barnes. Right next door, Daley Young and Antoine Jones, Alec Keplinger and Cam Hurwitz. How's everything looking on your end, everybody? Is the stream coming through clear? My computer says excellent connection, so that's good. I see you, Randall, in the chat. Thanks for watching from Marble Falls, Arkansas. Good morning to Bowling for Me 1. Call me out here on 27. Yeah, Corey had the front six. Now we've got this 2-4-10 spare attempt. There we go. Let me see if my replay's working here this morning. Let's take a look at the 2-4-10 again. Look at this. Perfect. Textbook. Boom. So we've seen a few 2-pin combinations here. Keeping the oil just a little bit long. Ball doesn't have time to respond off the friction. Oh, how about that 3-4-7-10 attempt? Just taking the 10 off. So we got 250s available here. We got 276. $266. Looking at scores around. Got 8 games here for you this morning. We got started a little bit after 8 o'clock with practice. So the pace is going to be quick here today. Skip procedures, moving 1 pair to the right after each game. That's what I was told. Go check in here with our defending champions, Steve Novak, Daniel Ferish. Off to a slow start here for Ferish. Something else that's often noticeable is when some of these collegiate players or players that bowl on flatter conditions come out and bowl on house shots, they can look a little lost. Takes them a little bit to get going. If you're just joining us, we've got 18 teams on this squad. We got 22 signed up for B squad coming up at 2 o'clock today. They'll take up to 32 there, and you can re-enter. So if a team doesn't bowl well enough this morning to make it to tomorrow's cashers round, that tentatively is scheduled for 10 a.m. tomorrow. A little bit later start tomorrow is what I've been tentatively told. 5 games in the morning will be the cashers round. Then the top 8 teams will come back for a round robin Baker match play. And then we'll be done. Steve Novak holding up Ferish right now. Novak can still get to 248. Best Ferish can do is 177. TJ Rock can bowl 279. Ryan Barnes 214. Daly Young bowls 224. His partner Antoine Jones can get to 227. Cam Hurwitz covers the spare. He can still bowl 238. And his partner Alex Keplinger can still get to 255. Hello to Ryan's Adventures in the chat. Richard Jones Jr. has a good question. Predictions, what's going to lead after this block for 8 games? Richard guesses 478. Let me give you a guess here. I'm going to go 75 over a game as a team. 75 times 8. That's 600 over. So I'm going to say 600 over is going to lead this squad. That's my guess. You know, I think I got a poll option in here I can do. I was doing it on the last stream. There we go. Just put the poll up. You can vote right now inside the chat window. What do you think is going to lead the squad? 600 plus, 525 to 599, 450 to 524, or 449 or less. Right now, leading is 525 to 599. 67% of you so far have picked that one. We'll end that poll here in about 10 minutes. Give everybody an opportunity to vote. Wow, Alec Keplinger just had the 710 standing and then said, no, that's okay. We'll just throw some pins around. Pin action in this building is really good from what I've been able to see thus far. Really good. We got a 451 posted on the board. We've got a 491 posted on the board. Ferish with a really bad game, 144. Steve Novak can bowl 248. We got 268 posted up by TJ. Ryan Barnes can bowl 214. Of course, Ryan Barnes, I don't really like to mention this because Ryan's become a good bowler in his own right in a very quick time. But, of course, highly decorated family, the son of Chris and Linda Barnes. I'm sure Chris and Linda will be doing some watching of this event here today. I'd like to say hello to both of them. Ryan with the first hit in the 10th frame. He's got 200 for sure. I see 469 posted, 477 posted as well. 472, 394, just some other scores that I'm seeing around the building here on the high end of the building. We'll cut down to the top 8 tomorrow afternoon, and we'll have all of those lanes for you that I'll be able to cut to watch. Glad you're with us here on Inside Bowling this morning. 2021 Nightmare Doubles. Again, my name is Mike Flanagan. I really appreciate you tuning in to our coverage here. Been doing this for going on 10 years now. And it's always good to get out and about and talk to all of you in the chat. That's the biggest reason why I do it. I love interacting with everybody watching bowling. I didn't realize Cabot was 5.5 hours from St. Louis. I use St. Louis as a hub of where I kind of keep my equipment when I've got Midwest events. So I've did the Springfield doubles, which is archived on our YouTube channel, Kevin Williams event. That was a fun one, Springfield last month. And then went and streamed, of course, Joe Engelkiss up at the all-new Maple Lanes. We had a great Ebonite Fall Classic up there last month as well. And I keep all my equipment in St. Louis, so I flew into St. Louis from Las Vegas. I was in Vegas for a couple of days enjoying Blues hockey. And then watched a little bit of World Series of Poker as well. And then made my way to St. Louis, made my way down here last night. First time visiting Cabot. All right, let's see. Looks like game number 2 is underway over on lanes 27 through 30. And looks like we've got Billy Rogers bowling with Rick Justice over here, along with Jonathan Holloman and Corey Heimhoff. Billy Rogers, Rick Justice, Corey Imhoff and Jonathan Holloman. Terry Solvent III and Anthony Richmond, along with Josh Imhoff and Jimmy McMartin. That's what we'll have here for game number 2 for you. Again, the players are moving one pair to the right after each game. Hey, folks, once again, I just want to let you know and remind you that this event would not be possible without the great sponsors of the 2021 Nightmare Doubles. I'm going to go over them now. I want to thank Brunswick family of brands for sponsoring this event. When you're looking for a new bowling ball purchase, make sure you check out the Brunswick Corporation. Also, want to thank Brooks Agency as well. Brad Brooks, bowling in the event, a great supporter of this event. Also, Bowl 101, right here, the Pro Shop inside. All Fam Bowling and Entertainment Center here in Cabot. A new sponsor this year, First Community Bank, where community comes first. Oh, bone 9-pin there. That's not nice. We are seeing this house condition when players do miss. It's typically light. Which to me is conducive to higher scoring because when they start really hooking, you know, you start to see those really big changes of direction down lane, which can create those big, nasty 4 or 5 count splits. But right now, just, of course, you know, there's a Greek church over there on 26 that I see, and there have been some high shots, but 2 4-10s, 2 pin combos, that's kind of what I'm seeing. Keep it in the oil just a little bit too much or fire it a little bit. Doesn't catch the friction, you leave some sort of 2-pin combination. And as the scores do come out, I will get them to you as quick as I possibly can. I'm also not sure how we're going to distribute the scores yet, but we'll get that figured out. Rodney wants to know, is Pete Weber bowling in this event? No, he's not. Hey, Eddie Josephson, looking forward to seeing you as well for the holiday doubles. looking in the chat here. Chris Barnes is here. Chris, glad to see that you made it back safe from the Weber Cup. From those of you that may not know, as we're approaching 40,000 subscribers here on Inside Bowling, which is just awesome to be able to see and say. You should check out the work that Chris is doing with Stu Williams. They started a show called Beef and Barnsey, and I'm sure many of you know of it that are watching. But if you don't know, you should go subscribe to their YouTube channel, Beef and Barnsey, and follow Chris and Stu Williams over on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and check out their show. I will tell you that I started a show during COVID, and we did 40 episodes every day, Monday through Friday, for 8 weeks. That was a lot of work, and we haven't done a show since. The difference between myself and the Beef and Barnsey show is Beef and Barnsey was born during COVID as well, but they've kept it going, and good on those guys for doing that. So it's an entertaining show, it's an educational show, and it's just a good one to pay attention to. They have some great guests on there, and they've really got into a nice rhythm working together on the show. So check out Beef and Barnsey, everybody. I encourage you to do so if you're a fan of bowling. And because we do like to spread the love here, I am going to bounce out of here after this shot here by Mr. Imhoff. And we will now head over to 21 through 24. Again, skipping one pair to the right, our defending champion Steve Novak and Daniel Ferish. Ferish opening up with 140. 144 was the number. And Daniel, I'm sorry to your fans, but yeah, I have to repeat that number. Bowling on a house shot here, but I anticipate this game Daniel's going to get the Century Award. And what a Century Award is, for those of you that don't know, is when you improve your score by 100 pins in a consecutive game. So he bowled 144 the first game, and I'm going to predict that he bowls at least 244 pins this game. So I'm going to shut down the poll that we have happening right now. The results of the poll here is what number will lead the squad, 600 plus. 30% of you guessed that. 44% of you said 525 to 599. 18% of you picked 450 to 524, and 9% of you picked 449 or less. 57 total votes on the poll. Thanks for participating. And I don't know yet how I'm going to distribute that.
That's fine.
But we will. Thank you. Okay. Let's get this next poll up that I want to put up. Corcus just came over here. I want to ask, will Daniel Ferish bowl 244 or better? Yes. No. All right, we got a new poll coming out, everybody. Will Daniel Ferish bowl 244 or better this game? He has the first two strikes. He is on lane 24, getting ready to bowl. He bowled 144 the first game. I actually do have standings here as well, everybody. And again, I don't know where I'm going to distribute these yet, but I will start distributing them probably after the fourth game today, probably on Inside Bowling's Twitter, but we'll work on that for you. We've got Cam Hurwitz and Alec Keplinger are your leaders. We saw them bowl right here during the first game. They bowled 491. It was 236 for Cam, 255 for Alec. In second, Ryan Barnes and TJ Rock, who we also saw during the first game, bowled 482. TJ with 268 and Ryan with 214. Third currently is Rick Justice and Billy Rogers, 228 and 249 for those two. In fourth is Josh Imhoff and Jimmy McMartin. They bowled 472 combined. In fifth is Jonathan Holloman and Corey Imhoff at +4, or they bowled 469, so they were +69. In sixth is Brigman and Brown, 469. They're actually tied for fifth. There's a tie there. 2 pins back. In seventh is Chaffin and Ruiz. Eighth, Lavery Spar and Holloman, 465. Lavery Spar at 228 and Michael Holloman 237. Ninth is Jimmy Dunn and Billy Levan. 463 was their number. 451 is 10th for Daley Young and Antoine Jones. 11th is Brad Beard and David Kroll. They bowled 439. Nick Summer and Derek Lewis are in 12th. They bowled 421. And a few more teams here to get through as well. A little lower scoring than what I anticipated here. Carl Williams and Aaron Holloman bowled 411. And then the other 5 teams all bowled under 400 on this house condition. Those teams were Richmond and Salvant, Novak and Ferish, Leescamp and Leescamp, Smith and Brooks, and Smith and Cotsionis. So there you have it right now. Again, Hurwitz and Keplinger, 491, the high game, the first game. They are your tournament leaders. So if that pace were to maintain, which I doubt that it will, but if it does, 91 over times 8 games would be 728 over. And old DF here, Daniel Ferish, he's got the front 4. And what a poll we have. What a poll we have here. I love it when I set the polls and we get a 50-50 split. Right now, will Daniel Ferish bowl 244 or better? The poll, 50% of you say yes, 50% of you say no. Keep that poll open for a couple more minutes. We'll close that one down because this next shot may weigh your decision on which way to go here. Still time to vote. Good morning from Germany, Karsten. Hello. Is Mike Dole on the roster? I don't see Mike Dole on the roster, but here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over to Facebook, and if you're on Facebook and you go to type into the little search bar, you type in Nightmare Doubles 2021. Corcus listed the latest teams. How you doing, Steve? All right, so on October 17th, the entry list for B Squad, Kevin Williams and Tim Barrett will be bowling. Looks like we've got Cody Chambers and Brendan Clayton, Corey Lewis and Brandon Simmons, Michael Shirley and Jared Wolf, Aaron Martin, Thomas Wynn, TQ and Lane Thompson. Jared Thompson has a team. Chase Valenzuela and Tanner Seal, Nate Bolton and Jeffrey Delaney, Ted Pritz. Oh, my goodness. It'd be nice to see Ted if he's going to be here. Ted and Randy Sparks, Cliff Edwards and Jesse Cannon, Brian Kirkendall and Donnie Wilson, Alan Smith and William Palumbo, Brian Brookins, James Anthony, Zach Zaist, Chadwick Forster, Jason Britton and Tony Yarborough. Let's see, Scott Boyer and Eric Samowski. I thought I saw somewhere that Eddie Bird might have been bowling. Kevin Tox and Randy Waters. Michael Brewer and Ross Jenner. Tyler Corbin and Chandler Tisdale. Chris Forrester, Justin Turner, Danny Schubert, Brian Kramer, Lawrence Willis and Chad Watkins. James Cantier and Tim Crow have teams. So That's what I saw on the roster as of the 17th. That was the entry list that's over on the Facebook page. We will wait and see. And hey, if you're within what, 5 hours of Arkansas, you can still get here. Here in Cabot, come bowl. All right, I got to shut down the poll now because we're about halfway through this game. Ending the poll, 57% of you think Daniel Ferish is going to win the Century Award. In a positive way, I saw Lo Shea in the chat said the Century Award can also go the opposite direction if you bowl 100 pins under. And you're absolutely right. I'm trying to stay a little positive here this morning, though, Lo Shea. Craig wants to know, who's my pick to win it all? You know, that's a good one. Oh boy. That's tough. That's tough. I don't know the field well enough. I'm really impressed with this Keplinger guy, though. I called some Junior Gold, and he made the show, and I was on the broadcast, and I had a chance to talk to him, he and his family, for about 20 minutes. Alec Keplinger, he can bowl, and he can bowl on hard stuff and easy stuff. And I don't know much about Cam Hurwitz, but sure he's a tremendous player. And they're leading, so that's kind of unfair for me to pick them. This Lavery Spar, Michael Holloman, has got to be a leader, a favorite coming in. But I think I got to go Kevin Williams and Tim Barrett. I think they're going to feed off each other well, and I like that team, provided they're going to bowl on the B squad according to the sheet that I have. So that would be my pick. I'm going to pick Kevin Williams and Tim Barrett. But I obviously will probably be wrong on that pick. But put me on the spot. That's my pick right now. I had a question about Boog Kroll. I believe Boog Kroll is here. I haven't seen him come through my lanes yet. David Kroll. I have not seen Boog here, so it may not be him. Let me see where he's. No, it's not that. No, it's not that. David Kroll. No, it's not. That's official. Kroll Sr. Yeah, Matt's got it right. Yep. Lavery Spar, Michael Holloman. Guys, I'm going to bounce out of here for just a second. I'm going to just walk the building. I want to get a feel for what's happening on some of the other lanes. I'll be right back. Enjoy. We got some pretty talented teams here on the stream right now. Okay. Breaking news, everybody. There's not going to be a 300 game in game number 2 either. There's old DF. Ferish now. Possible 278. I also just talked to DF, and I saw you guys in the chat mention his 8 count was a pocket 610. And Daniel will admit that he does not throw the most powerful strike ball in the history of bowling. And he says at Executive Bowl, where he bowls league, he leaves the pocket 610 all the time. So it doesn't bother him anymore. To those of you that are very well versed in the online streaming community and in bowling, which I realize that's a very low number of the audience here today, but there's a gentleman by the name of Aaron Smith that works for the United States Bowling Congress who does a lot of live streaming, especially on the PWBA tour. And he's a great human being, and I love working with Aaron. And you want to talk about somebody who dedicates a lot of hours to bowling. That guy puts in a lot of hours. But he bowls and throws arguably the weakest strike ball you've ever seen in the history of bowling. So I said somebody stopped me and asked me, say that we have no sound. Anyhow, the sound should be working with no problem. If you guys can't hear anything, I would see you jumping at me here in the chat. But anyway, Aaron Smith throws arguably the weakest strike ball ever, and he leaves the 4-5-7 on a consistent basis. And I give him a hard time about it all the time. It's the Aaron Smith if anybody ever leaves the 4-5-7. So I'd like to see Daniel Ferish and Aaron Smith have a strike competition. I think that would be something fun to stream. But so we call that the 4-5-7s, the Aaron Smith. So I guess I'm going to start calling the 6-10 the Daniel Ferish. But no 6-10 there for Daniel Ferish as he's working on 278 this game after bowling 144 game number 1. And I had a feeling he'd bounce back. I had a feeling he would. You can't keep that man down for long. TJ now. .240 left. .246 now for Ryan Barnes possible. Again, they opened with 482. I got a text here this morning from Kevin Williams. And before I get to that text, there's Ryan Barnes there, 24810. And I told you guys in game number 1 that it looked to me that when you miss, you leave some sort of 2-pin combination. And we've seen that a few times now here. And we're seeing it again here with Ryan Barnes trying to pick this one up. Oh, and he does. How about that? I'm going to go ahead and hit the little replay button here. In case you missed it, everybody, this is the greatest spare ever converted by someone with the last name of Barnes. Right here. Look at this. 24810. Boom. No problem whatsoever. And the typical Barnes reaction that runs in the family. Kind of the old so what. Shouldn't have left it in the first place, right? And now Ferish leaves that 10 pin, the old pesky 10 pin. But guess what? He's already got the over on the 244. So congratulations, Daniel Ferish. You, sir, have got yourself absolutely nothing for winning the Century Award right here. Opened up with a blistering game of 144 coming off of the win last year with his partner Steve Novak. Daniel Ferish, sir, you are now in the 250s. Congratulations. You're going to have yourself a 250 game as long as you can get 3 here. And you've won a Century Award. On behalf of all of us here at Inside Bowling, and all of the folks watching here today, which currently is 239 concurrent viewers, we would all like to congratulate you on your Century Award. Back to the Kevin Williams text. In quotes, I will obviously probably be wrong with that pick, is what I said. And Kevin says, I've never been clouded harder in my life to win an event. Thank you, Mike. That's great. That's great. I like it how the man is watching the broadcast today on his way here in the car, because he's trying to get a read on the house condition today. He's trying to understand how the house shot is going to play today. So he's tuning in to watch. And there's Michael Holloman. There's an idea. There's a line to the pocket for you there, Kevin Williams. 254 for Holloman, 228 for Lavery Spar. They bowl 482. Ferish said, I've got Century plus 13 to go from 144 to 257. He now finds himself averaging 200.5. Defending champions again if you're just joining us. And old TJ Rock says, here's 240 at ya. Enjoy that 240, everybody. Ryan Barnes, after that 248-10 conversion, can still get in the 220s with 226. And that's working hard for 226. You know, you don't typically have to work that hard on a house condition. But Ryan Barnes does. Ferish just dropped me off a little note up here in the booth, and I'll show you the note after these two pairs conclude. I will let you know our other two pairs. Richmond, the Richmond team bowled 424. 445 for Josh Imhoff and Jimmy McMartin. And then Jonathan Holloman and Corey Imhoff had just 409. And it was 432 for Billy Rogers and Rick Justice. See, there's another 2-pin combination. 2-4-8-10 again. Something to keep an eye on here throughout the event. But how about 498? 498 is the number for Ferish and Novak. Ryan Barnes now can improve on his first game score. He bowled 214. If he gets 9 here, he would have back-to-back 214s, which means he could have a triplicate of 214, which I'm sure would just be very delightful for Mr. Ryan Barnes this morning to open up with 3 games consecutively of 214. But in order for that to happen, he's going to have to get 9 on this ball. And he's going to take a re-rack to make sure he gets 10. I don't know if I've ever seen anybody take a re-rack on a fill ball. But he strikes for 215, which means he should bowl 216 the next game. If he started with 214 and he bowled 215, he's on pace to bowl 216 in game number 3. That's typically how that works. All right, I'm going to bring it into the booth here real quick, everybody. I want to show you the note that was delivered to me from Mr. Ferish. See that note? Can you read it? Oh, there it is. I want my award patch, Century Award. Right there. That's what he brought over here. And I don't know if anybody texted him or if he just came up with that on his own, but I want my award patch, hashtag Century Award. That's what he sent over here. So let's see where we want to go next. Looking around here, who's bowling. All right, we'll bounce away from me. You don't want to look at me. Head back out to the lanes. 27 through 30 as we go into game number 3. Pace of play really quick here this morning. Again, we'll have B Squad for you at 2 o'clock today. Glad you're with us, having a good time here on Inside Bowling, watching the 2021 Nightmare Doubles here in Cabot, Arkansas. We're All Fam Bowling and Entertainment Center. Last year we were at Hijinks. Great host there last year. Moved the event here. Bowl 101 is in the building. Want to thank Brunswick, Brooks Agency, and also First Community Bank for their sponsorship of this event, making the stream possible so that you all can tune in and watch. Don't forget, this is the second year for the event, so if you'd like to sign up and bowl, you can contact Porky's Chisholm or Brian Kennedy. Get in touch with the folks at Bowl 101's Pro Shop, or you can also head over to the Facebook page, 2021 Nightmare Doubles, and you can get yourself reserved a spot for next year. I believe 60-plus teams is the max, and if they could grow it even more, I'm sure they would run a C squad as well. So let's build this one up. They're great folks that put this on, and I'm enjoying coming to Arkansas. I really am. We are in Arkansas as well, and last year I opened the broadcast with a little tribute to Greg O'Neill. And every time I come to Arkansas, I just kind of see the sign that says "Welcome to Arkansas," and the first photo that pops up in my mind, or the first person that I think of, is Greg O'Neill, who we lost a couple years ago now. And Greg was an unbelievable man, great promoter of bowling, and did a lot for the Arkansas State bowlers. And he is deeply missed, and I just don't want that to be forgotten. The work that Greg O'Neill did here in the great state of Arkansas for bowling, and I still think about Greg. He was in our booth. He did some broadcasting. He and I had a nice relationship over the years, being tournament organizers and folks that respected one another. And we all dearly miss the great, late Greg O'Neill. In our chat, we've been graced with the one and only Kenny Seymour. Hope you're doing well today, Kenny. I know you love bowling, and we're happy to see you in our chat here today. Hope everything's wonderful where you are, Kenny Seymour. Great to see you, buddy. Got Antoine Jones and Daley Young, Alec Keplinger, Cam Hurwitz here for you on the left side of your screen. Also got Anthony Richmond with Terry Solvent III, along with Jimmy McMartin and Josh Imhoff here for you in game number 3. About a half an hour a game. Should be completed just after 12 o'clock here today. And again, B Squad starts at 2. We'll have B Squad for you starting at 2. Where we'll get to see the great Kevin Williams take the lanes. I'm telling you right now, if you haven't seen this Kevin Williams Bowl, I don't know how he doesn't win every event that he enters. He is that good. Everybody's bowling for second place when Kevin Williams is in the field. I'll set the over-under on times that Kevin Williams doesn't strike today at 3. If he misses more than 3 times today, it's going to be a disappointing day for Kevin Williams. That'll teach you to text me in the middle of a broadcast, buddy. That'll teach you, my friend. I know he's driving down the road right now. Just dying to get at me. Well, let's see what other kind of fun we can have here today. Did the chat slow down here, folks? I'm not seeing a lot of activity here in the chat right now. You guys are having a nice conversation, interacting there, and I haven't seen a whole lot. I was getting ready to try to catch up on. I see some comments in here about how this is a lefty house. Oh, you're good. Thank you. These house shot competitions, you know, I hear all the time, oh, man, you got to have a lefty. Oh, man, lefties dominate. Oh, man, the lefties are going to kill it. Oh, don't even enter because the lefties are going to win, right? Okay. All right, well, went to the Springfield doubles tournament, and it was on a house condition. And it was Francois Lavoie and Christopher Sloan that won the event. Neither one of them were left-handed, by the way. And then Shea Bittenbender and Tim Barrett finished second, and neither one of them were left-handed, by the way. The last holiday doubles that we had, I believe Chad Roberts and Dan Higgins won. Neither are left-handed, by the way. So, yeah, look, I understand where you're coming from with these lefty comments. But I'm just telling you, from somebody who sat here and has spent hours upon hours upon hours of streaming these events, there is a point in time in the event where the lefties do tend to have the world for a block of games. But when it comes down to it at the end of the event on a house shot, when the lefties are moving in and experiencing right-hander laydown area, they've got hook at their toes. And they get squirrely for the last few games, depending on how long the block is for the lefties. Now, I'm sure some of you can light me up here in the chat and tell me, oh, well, they can just stay on top of it longer and ball down, throw it harder, they create so much power, whatever you want to say. But, look, I'm just telling you, I saw that talk in the chat about the lefties and how when Greg O'Neill ran events here that he should pay the high righty and all that kind of stuff. And look, I've never been here before, so maybe I have no idea what I'm talking about. But I don't buy too much into that. And it's horrible mojo mentally walking into a bowling center as a right-handed player thinking that I have no chance to win the event because I bowl right-handed. I mean, that's insane. If that doesn't cost you a hit or two a game just mentally, I don't know what else would. So now I do like this Anthony Richmond. I watched him at the Holiday Doubles 3 or 4 years ago. That's when I got introduced to him. I like the way he bowls. I'm also a big fan of the hat on backwards. I like that. We had a guy by the name of Tristan Choate that bowled the very first IB Open, and I remember Tom Clark, the commissioner of the PBA Tour, sending me a text saying, I'm rooting for the guy in a hat on backwards. Cincinnati Reds ball cap is what it was. I like being able to see people's personalities out on the lanes. That's why these amateur events that I stream are fun. Of course, the pros are wonderful. You know, the PBA Tour, PWBA, you know, rules and all that kind of stuff. But I do kind of like these amateur events where, you know, players can accessorize a bit more. This is kind of more in my lane. This is, you know, pun intended. We got a 7-10 attempt here by Terry Solvent III. A lot of pin action here. We got a possibility here of a 7-10 being picked this week. We'll see. Let's see if Terry here can't just give it the business and bounce one out and get us a little highlight right here. Nope, not that one. Sorry, we'll have some other tries at it, I'm sure, before now and the end of the weekend. You know, everybody, let's go check in over on lanes 21 through 24. There's our man Brad Brooks, putting together some strikes now. So we've got Brad Brooks bowling with Corey Smith. They're crossing with Lavery Spar, Michael Holloman. Next door on the left, we've got Dimitri Katsiones and Kevin Smith bowling with Sheldon and Brandon Leeskamp. Standings after 2 games I do have now. Brian Brigman and Glenn Brown Jr. are your leaders. They have bowled 958, so they're 158 over. At 9:52 is Darren Chaffin and Aaron Ruiz. At 9:47 is Sean Lavery Spar and Michael Holloman. At 9:41 is Cam Hurwitz and Alec Keplinger. In 5th is Ryan Barnes and TJ Rock. They're at 9:37. So just 21 pins separating 5th from 1st. In 6th is Josh Imhoff and Jimmy McMartin at 9:18. At 9:13 and 7th is Jimmy Dunn and Billy Levan. In 8th is Rick Justice and Billy Rogers at 9:09. 9th is Brad Beard and David Kroll at 9:03. Ferish and Novak, after bowling 391, bowled 498 that game. They're now up to 10th at 889. So there's a little update on your standings for you. And I'll start getting these tweeted out here in a bit.
Every other set trying to create
Carl Wilson in the chat says Tyrone Stevens and Quentin Collins bowl in the Springfield doubles and finished 5th. They're both right-handed. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Again, you're watching opening round coverage here, the A-Squad qualifying round of the 2021 Nightmare Doubles. This event has been put on by Corcus Chisholm and Brian Kennedy. This was a brainchild of theirs. They wanted to put together a nice big event in Arkansas, and they've done a nice job promoting this event, putting it together the last 2 years now. This is the 2nd year. Last year was the inaugural. This year is the 2nd annual. They were nice enough to invite me to broadcast it and bring it to the world, so that's why I am here. I kind of pick and choose what events I do these days, although my schedule's open quite a bit more. So if you're looking to you want to have your event broadcasted, you can reach out to me, Mike at InsideBowling.com. That's my email address, Mike at InsideBowling.com. You know, I haven't mentioned it yet as well, but we do have a store at InsideBowling.com where you can purchase merch. We make T-shirts, hoodies, and sell some other accessories that we get our hands on. Also bowling cards as well. Head over to InsideBowling.com. You can use that coupon code YouTube on the bottom left to save 15%. Off of your entire purchase over at InsideBowling.com. That's how you can support the stream. Brad Brooks with the one open frame there in the 2nd frame. Still bowl 268. Again, Brad Brooks at the Brad Brooks Agency, a great sponsor of this event. It's always good to see Brad. I was looking forward to seeing him here. I saw him yesterday. He stopped by. We chatted for a bit. Saw him this morning. One of the nicest guys you'll ever meet. He also, too, does a lot for Arkansas bowling. I want to know, how is Daniel bowling this game? Daniel is through 8 frames and can still bowl 239. Steve Novak is through 7 frames and can bowl 248. They're over on lanes 25 and 26. ALS with the late messenger take out the 10. Excuse me, Sean Lavery Spar. I just called him ALS. I'm sorry. They do look similar, but that is Sean, not ALS. My bad. I just wanted to say ALS. That's what I had on my mind. No doubter there. .224 left for Corey Smith. Brad Brooks again now can bowl 246. We've got 246 for Sean Lavery Spar. Michael Howland can bowl 207. Cam Hurwitz is going to be in the 250s. He's over on 27 and 28. How's it going, Donnie? Got your text. Hank Williams in the chat. Wants to know what's the pattern. It's a house shot. This one here is on a house shot. Scores aren't ridiculous either, which I really don't understand why. Great pen carry in this building. Brad Brooks would like to have that one back as he crosses over. Brad now can be in the 230s. 236 is max. Just finishing up here on 27 and 28. Like I said, Cam Hurwitz had 259. Alex, the best he can do is 179 here. Daly Young and Antoine Jones could only muster 360. See 432, 447 posted on the board over on 29 and 30. Coming in for this game, we will have Ryan Barnes and TJ Rock, and Steve Novak and Daniel Ferish will come into our screens again here. Have a chance to watch these folks compete out on the lanes. Again, this event would not be possible without our great sponsors. Brunswick. If you're looking for a new bowling ball purchase, make sure you consider a Brunswick bowling ball. Brad Brooks and the Brooks Agency. Bowl 101 right here, the Pro Shop inside All Fam Bowling and Entertainment Center here in Cabot. New sponsor this year, First Community Bank. Thanks, everybody, for making it possible. Coming up, game number 4, qualifying here from the 2021 Nightmare Doubles. I'm Mike Flanagan. Glad you're watching here today on our YouTube channel. If you haven't subscribed, make sure you give us a subscribe. You can also follow us on social media at Inside Bowling. We also post some pretty funny memes and videos from the past. A guy by the name of Gray, the Ringing 10, who works on our staff and on our team, puts those out. He does a great job. It's a fun follow when you follow us on social media. All right, everybody, I'm going to jump out of the booth for a minute, walk the lanes, get a feel for some things that are going on. Game number 4 is going to get started here in just a moment. All right, everybody, I am back with you. I went for a little walk. I got to tell you, this morning I got here, and it was warm in here. And I was putting down all the tape and running all the wiring to all the cameras and everything. And it was uncomfortably warm. And now it has gotten uncomfortably cold in here. The air conditioner works great in here. Obviously, if I was bowling or putting down gaffing tape on the ground again, I'm sure I'd feel fine. But I'm getting cold. So if anybody wants to order me up a same-day delivery heated blanket, I'd gladly take one right now. I'm glad you're with us here, though, on Inside Bowling, watching the 2021 Nightmare Doubles here in Cabot, Arkansas this year. Second year for the event. If you're just joining us, welcome. Got 8 lanes for you today. We switch back and forth. I will eventually probably run multiple channels here as part of our streaming package. It's a bit of a financial investment to do so, but it's probably about that time to do it. It would change things a little bit for me, though, because, trying to run multiple streams off of the same internet connection in a building is always scary. The tours, the PBA and PWBA, as part of their contracts, require certain internet bandwidth. And I don't think that going to these weekend tournaments that I can put together like a contract that says you got to have this kind of internet bandwidth. So that's one of the other reasons why I haven't done it yet, along with the financial commitment. Each stream would probably cost me about a $5,000 investment, maybe a little less. But I am thinking about it. Definitely am thinking about it. I've got some ways that I can kind of take existing equipment that I have and make it all work, like my Mac Mini at home or something like that. I really don't want to get in the habit of taking home computers and bringing it out on the road, traveling cross country. It's just not a good idea. The streaming equipment should stay with the streaming equipment. But it is something that I am working towards. I've had some folks ask me about it. Because here it'd be very convenient to bring you the stream with the commentary. I can switch back and forth, but if you want to watch 19 through or 21 through 24 or 27 through 30, you could just stay on that channel. But I don't have that worked out yet. But I do want you to know that I am always looking to try to improve and find other ways to do things, and that is one of them that's high on my radar right now. Multiple streams here on YouTube. I had a question, how's Lavery and Holloman doing? I've got, looks like I've got standings now dropped off after 3 games. So good question. Perfect timing. Brian Brigman and Glenn Brown Jr. are your leaders right now. They are 251 over. For 3 games. 214 over is Darren Chaffin and Aaron Ruiz. 200 over on the nose is Sean Lavery Spar and Michael Holloman. Also 200 on the nose, Jonathan Holloman and Corey Imoff. 193 over after 3 is Rick Justice and Billy Rogers. 179 over after 3 is Cam Hurwitz and Alec Keplinger. In 7th, tied actually for 6th, Nick Summer and Derek Lewis have the same score as Hurwitz and Keplinger. 176 over is Ryan Barnes and TJ Rock. Ryan Barnes bowled 214, 215, 213. That's pretty consistent. Carl Williams and Aaron Holloman are at 155 over. They're in 9th. Jimmy Dunn and Billy Levan are in 10th at 151 over. Josh Imoff and Jimmy McMartin are in 11th at 145 over. Steve Novak and Daniel Ferish in 12th at 134 over. Brad Beard and David Kroll, 76 over in 13th. 14th is Kevin Smith and Dimitri Katsiones, 59 over. Corey Smith and Brad Brooks are 55 over in 15th. Anthony Richmond and Terry Salvin are 50 over in 16th. The Lease Camps are 32 over in 17th, and Daley Young and Antoine Jones have been struggling today. They're 34 under in 18th. 18 teams on the squad. We'll have at least 22 on the next squad for you, maybe more with re-entries. 1 in 3, I believe, is the cash ratio to come back to tomorrow. So if we end up with 40 teams, we'll have 13, 14, something like that, maybe 12 tomorrow. I'll find out exactly. But that is where we are at. The defending champions, Steve Novak and Daniel Ferish. On lane 27 for you, TJ Rock and Ryan Barnes on lane 28. Daley Young and Antoine Jones, along with Alec Keplinger and Cam Hurwitz over on 29 and 30 for you. Oh boy, Ryan Barnes, I was just about to comment and say, oh, he's got something working here. He's got 4-bagger. And we've seen his miss go light for 2-pin combinations, but now he leaves a 3-4. That's no fun. So an open frame for Barnes. We're going to bounce out of here, head over to lanes 21 through 24, check in and see what's going on over here. We've got Kevin Smith bowling with Dimitri Katsiones. Also on that pair, Brandon and Sheldon Leescamp. Lanes 23 and 24, we got Corey Smith. Brad Brooks. Actually, no, I take that back. They have moved off camera pair. Carl Williams bowling with Aaron Holloman, Billy Levan, and Jimmy Dunn. Lee Camps and Castillones and Kevin Smith are actually over on 23 and 24. And a developing situation here for Kevin Smith. How about it? 8 in a row. We have not had a 300 game yet here on this house condition, but we could right here. How's it going, Jay? Kevin Smith taking no time. 9 in a row. We got a 430 posted up on the board here, 418. And you can put it on the board. What's that from, everybody? You guys know that one? Lease camps here have 238. And looks like going to be in the 180s here. 189 with count. Never know. Could bounce it out. Nope, just one. Dimitri had 201, but here's Kevin Smith now with the front nine, looking for 10 in a row, looking for a perfect game. And there's 10 in a row for Kevin Smith. They were in 14th coming into this game, 59 over. Have an opportunity to get to 160 over with 501 here. And looking like they're going to try to ice Kevin Smith here with the slow rack here. He just gets up there and fires. As you saw, front 11, now looking for 12 in a row. Our first 300 game of the 2021 Nightmare Doubles. Let's get it here, Kevin. Go get you some. There you go. There you go. Who said there's a cloud in here? There's no cloud in here. 300 game, Kevin Smith. Congratulations, buddy. 501. It's going to improve your team quite a bit there. Going to go from 14th at plus 59 to 160 over. 10-4 over and out. And these pairs have just completed play. 471 for Barnes and Rock, looks like. Novak and Ferish, looks like they had 418. Folks, you're asking about standings. I'm going to start getting them tweeted out after game number 4 here today on Inside Bowling's Twitter feed. So bear with me on that. We'll have it for you here in just a moment. Game number 5 coming up here from the Nightmare Doubles right here on the one and the only Inside Bowling. All right, everybody. We're really dialed in here now. I have standings after 4 games already here. So Brian Brigman and Glenn Brown Jr. are currently your tournament leaders. They are now 311 over. At 288 over is Darren Chaffin and Aaron Ruiz. Just 1 pin back in third is Sean Lavery Spar and Michael Holloman at 287 over. 234 over is Rick Justice and Billy Rogers. 229 over is Josh Imhoff and Jimmy McMartin. In sixth is Jonathan Holloman and Corey Imhoff, plus 218. Plus 216 in seventh is Nick Summer and Derek Lewis. Plus 205 is Steve Novak and Daniel Ferish. In ninth, Cam Hurwitz, Ali Keplinger are plus 201. Ryan Barnes and TJ Rocker in 10th at plus 194. Carl Williams and Aaron Holloman are in 11th at plus 185. And Brad Beard and David Kroll are 170 over in 12th. 18 total teams on the squad. Question here, is Anthony Richmond still in? Yeah, they are currently in 15th at 146 over. Richmond bowled 200, 221, 235, 258. His partner Terry Sullivan has bowled 194, 203, 197, 238. So he has bowled their best game of the event so far. 496 was that total. But everybody, I think it's best that we jump out of here and head over to 21 through 24 because we've got our leaders, which is pretty crazy. They're actually, according to my records here, just want to make sure I get this right here. So we got Aaron Ruiz and Darren Chaffin. And they're in second right now, 288 over. And here's Glenn Brown Jr. Bowling with Brian Brigman. They're your tournament leaders at plus 311. And they have missed once so far through 3.5 frames. Right next door, we got Carl Williams and Aaron Holloman, along with Billy Levan and Jimmy Dunn. But Brian Brigman here, he's bowled 235, 268, 214, 218. His partner, Glenn Brown Jr., 234, 221, 279, 242 thus far. Darren Chaffin here. He's bowled 234, 238, 215, and 215. Once again, there in second. His partner, Aaron Ruiz, 233, 247, 247, 259. Ruiz actually has the highest score in the building at 986 after 4 games. It's a 246.5 average. All right, we got front 5 now for Aaron Ruiz, it looks like. And folks, those of you that were wondering about standings, we are now putting standings out on our Twitter feed. So if you go over to Twitter, at Inside Bowling on Twitter, you can see the standings of the event. So those are now available for you over there. We've got the top 12 listed there currently. And we'll update after each game, and then we'll have a update on both Facebook and Twitter at the end of each squad. So thanks for your patience this morning as we got that up and running. You know, the interesting thing about every event we go and we do, you know, when we walk in, you know, it's a new building, new group, and it takes a little bit to get dialed in. And really, we really don't get comfortable until it's just about over, and then it's time to pack up and go home. Jason wants to know what's the nightmare about. Yeah, it's October. It's around Halloween. So yeah, that's why it's called that. We're going to get a look at these guys throughout the rest of the qualifying here as they'll be coming across streamed pairs. So I am going to move out of here and go check in on lanes 27 through 30 as they will be making the move to the other end of the bowling center, and we will not see them anymore today. But again, your defending champions, Daniel Ferish and Steve Novak, Ryan Barnes and TJ Rock over on 29 and 30. And you got Sean Lavery Spar with Michael Holloman here, and Corey Smith and Brad Brooks. Ryan Barnes sliding into the cap there. Not the best footing in the world, but a great result. 10 back in the pocket. Novak leaves the 8. Sean Lavery Spar has the front 6. Michael Howellman, a couple opens now, has thrown a double to make up for one of them at least. Ferish with a strike. Makes it a double. Can only get to 216. Novak can get to 234. TJ Rock throwing it really hard. Very direct line to the pocket. Leaves the 10. Front 7 now for Sean. Wow, Ryan Barnes. He's covering a lot of boards out there and solid eights. Pretty good shot right there. Brad Brooks with a strike. Wouldn't surprise me if Sean here shows us our second three bills of the day. It's important for Michael here after going open to bail out as big of a game as possible to go up with the big score that Sean's putting up. Again, these guys are in third coming into this game after 4 games. Sean bowled 935, Michael 952. Combined, they're 287 over through 4 games. Front 8 now for Sean. Good morning to you, Slim Genzy. Welcome. Glad you're here with us. Been hanging out around 300 concurrents here today. Appreciate everybody tuning in to our live stream event here in Cabot, Arkansas. Sean Lavery Spar now with the front 9. Novak trying to get a strike there. Would have been possible max of 230. Now that number comes down quite a bit. We will come back here, but I do want to just show you a big number being put up on the board here. Our second place team, Darren Chaffin, bowled 280 here. Possible 255 for Aaron Ruiz. They were 23 back of Brigman and Brown. Still bowled 224 and 230 respectively. So 54 over, but a huge, huge number here. Possible 535 and a lead change for Chaffin and Ruiz. But, you know, we talk about a lead change, but Chaffin and Ruiz were just 1 pin ahead of Lavery Spar and Holloman. But 530 still left here for these guys, and yeah. Second shot and a 10th there, strike. And the best Holloman can bowl is 217. So they can bowl 517. These guys can bowl 535. So a lot of action here with just 18 teams on the squad. I am going to move back over here, though, because we do have the front 9 here for Sean Lavery Spar. I'll keep you updated on what the final tallies are over there on lanes 21 and 22. But the standings are going to get a little bit tighter at the top here. TJ Rock finishes with 233. The best Ferish can do is 185. But here's Sean Lavery Spar working on the front 9, looking for 10 in a row. Oh, look at the 4-pin trip. Just trips it out right there. Just hits it with the BB gun from the back of the pit. He's now got 10 in a row. Ferish actually finishes with 195. 195. I misread the score. So 195. And Novak can bowl 214. So they can get 9 over in this game. Ryan Barnes, a little light mixer. Bowl 203. Sean Lavery Spar, watch him whip it at the bottom. Send this ball way right. Well, he kept that one in a little bit. Leaves the pesky 7-pin. Nice run, though, by Sean. Strike for Novak. Going to bounce back over, show you the scores here as we do have a lead change happening here. Your leaders, Brian Brigman and Glenn Brown Jr. coming in. They were 311 over. At 288 over was Chaffin and Ruiz. Chaffin bowled 280. Ruiz first shot in the 10th was a strike. Second shot in the 10th is a strike. Can bowl 255. That'd be 135 over. And a respectable score here by our leaders coming in. Brian here now with a double in a 10th frame can bowl 230. So they'll be 54 over. They had a 23-pin lead. So they'll be trailing by about 30 pins. And Lavery, Spar, and Holloman still also have an opportunity to go around them as well. As Sean Lavery Spar did finish with 289. Holloman can still finish with 217. So these guys here are going to bowl 553. Or I'm sorry, 453, not 553. 453, and they're going to go from first to third, it looks like. And a heck of a game there by Darren Chaffin and Aaron Ruiz. Ruiz finishes out with 255. That's 535 up there, folks. 535. Big, big number there as they go to the lead. Brad Brooks. Doubles in the 10th, going to be in the 2-0s. Ryan Barnes did get the double in the 10th, can still bowl 203. So possible 436 for Rock and Barnes. Michael Hallman does not strike on his first ball in the 10th, does cover the spare. Best he can bowl is 205. It'd be a nice 494 game for those guys, with 289 of it being Sean Lavery Spar. Got 3 games to play here this afternoon as we roll into the afternoon hours, I should say. It's still morning, but depending on where you are. Hope you're having a great day so far on this wonderful Saturday in October. Next weekend is Halloween. How many of you are going to be Squid Game for Halloween? That seems to be the most popular costumes we will see this year for Halloween is Squid Game. Now with over 30% of Americans seeing Squid Game reported by Netflix. Interesting watch there, Squid Game. I have seen them all. I enjoyed it very much. Very interesting pop culture phenomenon going on with that series on Netflix. Looks like game number 6 is just about underway here. We do have some competition going here. David Kroll, Brad Beard, Derek Lewis, and Nick Summer And your leaders now. Darren Chaffin III. Aaron Ruiz over on 23 and 24, bowling with the team that's now in third. Brian Brigman and Glenn Brown Jr. We'll have those standings for you here shortly. Don't forget we do have a second squad coming up today, coming up at 2 p.m. Central Time. We'll have another 8 games for you here on the exact same condition. The lanes will be reconditioned, and we can take up to 32 teams. Nice game. Up to 32 teams, or 30 teams, sorry, 30 teams they'll take for the next squad. They got 22 already signed up, and teams are allowed to re-enter. All right, folks, I am back, spending some time in the tournament office over there. The man who has been absolutely destroying the lanes here is our man Darren Chaffin, and as soon as I sit down, he misses. Had the front 8 out there. I was keeping an eye on it. His partner, Aaron Ruiz, they are just unstoppable right now. Can bowl 280. And I have standings after the 5 games. 24-23 is the number for these guys. 43 pins ahead of Sean Lavery-Spar and Michael Holloman. Lavery-Spar bowled 237 this game, number 6. Michael Holloman can bowl 270 on the nose, so they can bowl 507. But they're going to lose ground to Chaffin and Ruiz. And Brian Brigman and Glenn Brown Jr., they were our leaders coming into the last game, and they bowled what did they bowl? They bowled 453 and dropped from first to third, and now 160 and a possible 234. These guys are dropping like a rock right now with these huge scores being bowled by the top 2 teams currently. So here is Aaron Ruiz. He's totaled 1241 for his first 5 games, 241 over. And just like that, leaves a 4-6-7. So this score not going to be as big as I was just talking about, but still a nice big number out there. I do want to bounce out of here for a second, just show you our second place team. There is Sean Lavery-Spar with the 237 posted on the board. And now possible 249 here. Michael Holloman here on the fill. Right next door here, Brandon and Sheldon Leeskamp. Nice game going, 246 and possible 269 here. So a couple of big scores over here currently. .267, 245. The 2 scores bowled. Our tournament leaders, Darren Chaffin and Aaron Ruiz. We're here at Cabot, Arkansas. We are at All Fam Bowling and Entertainment Center. My name is Mike Flanagan from Inside Bowling. I stepped away for a bit that game, but you had some great bowling to watch in front of you, that's for sure. I want to thank our sponsors, Brunswick, Brooks Agency, Bowl 101, and First Community Bank, and of course Brian Kennedy here and Corcus Chisholm for their hospitality and the work that they've done to put on this great event for the second year in a row. Kevin Smith thrilled us with a 300 game. In game number 4. If you are looking for the standings of the event, you can head over to our Twitter account, Inside Bowling on Twitter. We have standings up after game number 4. We should have them up after game number 5 here for you here in just a little bit. So that's going to do it for game number 6. And we've got game number 7 underway. Action underway over here on lanes 21 through 24. How about Derek Lewis, Nick Summer, David Kroll, Brad Beard? On the right side of your screen. And then we've got Jonathan Holloman, Corey Imhoff, Billy Rogers, and Rick Justice for you here as we roll into game number 7. 8 games total for you. We'll take a break. Looks like we're going to be done right at about noon Central Time. 2 hours later, we'll come back with our B squad. Again, Darren Chaffin and Aaron Ruiz, your tournament leaders currently. We posted a poll earlier on what we thought that the cut score would be, or actually what the leaders would be, what score would lead. And looks like it's going to be over 600 over. 423 currently the number with 3 to go. But we know it went up into the 500s with 2 to go. Thanks, Linda. Thanks, Ken. How's it going? Guy on 23 just picked up the Greek church. Yeah, he probably did. I do miss a lot of things sitting here. There's actually a video I have out there from, 6 or 7 years ago now. I'm really dating myself. And it was the Lucy doubles, and no, not the Troy Walker hitting the rack one, but there was this weird moment where Liz Johnson, actually Chris Barnes, picked the 8-10. I heard clapping, but I was looking down at the score sheet trying to figure out what I was talking about. And I looked up, I said, and Barnes, what did he just do? Oh, he picked the 8-10. He picked the 8-10. And then Liz Johnson goes up and throws it a 2-7-10 and misses the 2-pin to the left, but hits the 7-pin. It bounces out of the pit and goes over and takes out the 10. So Chris picked the 8-10, and then Liz picked the 7-10 off of the 2-7-10, and I put it in one clip on YouTube like 7 years ago. And let's see. It's got 118,000 views 8 years ago. And I got to tell you guys, and to the younger audience, you're going to be like, oh boy, listen to this old guy. But I can't believe that there is content out on the internet from 8 years ago that I did. I mean, it just seems like yesterday I was starting this thing. Folks, let me tell you something. There is one thing that cannot be replaced. Money is great. Going out and doing things, entertainment, all that's wonderful. And you can buy all that. But the one thing you can't buy is your time back. And with the COVID pandemic and the amount of lives that were lost of people that died unexpectedly, and I know everybody out there watching has been affected in some sort of way. If you didn't, you just won the lottery. But I had a couple of very, very close people in my circle die from COVID, and we're talking in, early 50s, late 40s years old. Okay, and it's put a lot of things in perspective for me on what's important. And the one thing you can't buy is time. And we all only have so much time that we get to spend together. So use it wisely. And to think 8 years ago I was streaming bowling tournaments, and eight years later, here I am again, streaming another one. It's kind of wild. It's kind of wild. But it's cool. We're close to 40,000 subscribers here on this channel. We've got a team of folks that have worked at this channel. There's been so many people that have sat in this booth over the years that have dedicated their time and energy and effort, and I will be forever thankful to those folks. People, just to name a few people that have been on our past broadcasts, Dennis Hacker and Jeff Carter spent a tremendous amount of time in the booth early on. My buddy Doug Lakey helped me found this thing and sat in the booth a great deal of time. We even had Jackie Bowling join us for some broadcasts early on because she liked what we were doing. I've called finals of events with Dave Wadka, with Randy Peterson, with Leanne Holzenberg, with Pete Weber, with Liz Johnson, with Bo Burton. We've had Dave Lamont on our airwaves. Jason Couch. I remember at the Boom Doubles one year, Chris Barnes bowled a squad and then decided to join me in the booth for the second squad. And it was almost like a 2.5-hour podcast with Chris Barnes, picking his brain about things and asking him all these things about his career and his miniature golf and all this different kind of stuff. We've just had so many great moments here on this channel for just being some guys from St. Louis who connected a bunch of wires together and wanted to bring bowling to folks from our part of the country. And I'll tell you, if it wasn't for this thing that we put together, the career that I've been able to make in the bowling industry, the tumultuous up and down roller coaster ride of a career that I've had, and jumping companies and opportunities here and there and whatever, wouldn't have been possible if we didn't start doing this. This is really the strobe light that got me recognized in the industry. Wow, look at this guy. He can do all this, and he's got a decent personality. He likes bowling. You can tell that. Let's hire him. And I still get emails. I got an email last week from someone very high up at a ball company asking me if I could assist in a streaming something they have upcoming that needs to be streamed, and wanted to know if I'd be willing to produce the whole thing for them. I got to tell you, it doesn't get any better than this, folks. It really doesn't, and I'm appreciative of it all the time. And I have no idea why this went off on this dissertation, but I think it needs to be said. I talked earlier in the broadcast about Greg O'Neill. You just never know. So many great people, and you really realize that when you get older. You start losing your friends, people you respect, your loved ones. And it sucks. It's terrible. My buddy Jerry Anderson, who is like a brother to me, who we partnered on the holiday doubles, almost 9 years ago now. And, he lost his mother and his wife in the same year, a couple years ago. And, every time I talk to him, that comes up every conversation. He's still devastated from it. It's something else. But the reason why I mention all this is the bowling community is just, it's so tight knit. There's so often you want to hate on one another, or there's a lot of rivalries, or there's these issues that you have with another guy, says something under his breath, or industry wars between companies and stuff. But when it comes down to it, whenever there's a cause involved, everybody supports the cause. and all that goes away. All that goes away. I was actually thinking the other day, and you guys are going to think I'm really crazy now. Thank you. I have a standings update I'll have for you in just a moment. But I was thinking the other day, there's a lot of alien stuff that's been coming out from the government, like confirmed alien reports. And I just thought to myself, maybe the best thing that could happen to our country is for us to have an alien invasion where it's us against them, and it's no longer us against us. We would all pull together, just like the bowling community pulls together whenever there's a cause or something we need to fight together, trying to get into the Olympics, whatever it may be. I almost want to have an alien invasion in the United States, or I'm sorry, into the world. Sorry, it wouldn't just be the United States. And I want to know what we would do. I don't want anyone to lose any lives or anything. Like we have to outsmart the aliens or something, not actually draw guns or go to battle. But I would like to see us as an entire world bond together to beat the aliens, and then see how much more we would love one another. All right, let's get off of that. I haven't even looked at the chat. I'm afraid to look at the chat after that talk. But let's go over the standings after 6 games. 29-35 is the number. So that's 535 over for Darren Chaffin and Aaron Ruiz. 466 over is Sean Lavery-Spar and Michael Holloman. 401 over in third is Cam Hurwitz and Alec Keplinger. They bowled a big game. They bowled 526 the last game. Hurwitz had 247. Keplinger had 279. In fourth, Brigman and Brown. They are 358 over. And that's after bowling 453, 394 the last two. They were in first 2 games ago. Novak and Ferish making a run here after Daniels 144 the first game. He's come back with games at 257, 239, 235, 195, 268. They just bowled 502. They're now up to fifth at 316 over. Yeah, 316. Justice and Rogers are in sixth at 315 over. At 304 over is Holloman and Imhoff. At 297 over is Barnes and Rock. At 266 over is Richmond and Salvant. That's 9th place I'm reporting on now. 219 over is Carl Williams and Aaron Holloman in 10th. And it looks like, if they have around 30 entries, 40 entries, whatever, I think they're taking 1 and 3. I got to double check that payout ratio, but you want to probably be in the top 6 or 7, probably 5 to be safe moving forward. Still watching lanes 21 through 24. They're a little bit behind 27 through 30. I'm going to go over there just to get some coverage here, and then we'll bounce back and finish the game out over there. Kevin Smith, who bowled 300 earlier today. He's got 277 left this game until I just said that. Now he leaves a 4-9, or I'm sorry, a 4-10. Who else do we have over here? So I said Kevin Smith. He's bowling with Dimitri Castellones. The Lease Camps, of course. Who could forget the Lease Camps bowling together? Sheldon and Brandon. And then Billy Levan and Jimmy Dunn. Aaron Holloman, Carl Williams. Storm B says aliens are greater than the human race when it comes to intelligence. Oh, that's funny. We got one more game after this for everybody. It's 11:23 Central Time Zone. I'm gonna sleep like a baby tonight. I need to confirm and find out what time we are for sure starting tomorrow. Yesterday they said something about 10 a.m. and it's 5 games in the morning, so that would take us to about 12:30, and then 8 games of round robin. Baker. Shouldn't take too long, a couple hours. So I'll see if it's still going to start at 10. Yeah, I was just confirmed. 10 a.m. tomorrow is when we'll have that for you. I haven't built those events yet, but I will. I'll build them during the next squad. Get those up on YouTube so you can tune in. Again, we got 18 teams on this squad, 22 coming up on B. And on that B squad, they can also accept 8 more teams, and they do allow re-entry. So we'll see what happens. But I anticipate that one getting pretty full. Well, nice game anyway by the Lee's Camps. I know that 10-pin there didn't want to see that, but nice game nonetheless. 238 and another 238 it looks like. Possibility there. I'm going to move you back down 21 through 24 as I promised as I would. How about we pick up a 479? No. I kind of feel like bowling today. Maybe next year I'll bowl this event. I've been feeling like bowling some events lately. Not that I do any good, but yeah. There's a chance I'm bowling the holiday doubles. There's a chance I'm bowling. The tournament's like sold out. It's been sold out forever, and there's a 40-team waiting list, but there's like reserved spots by Harvey Johnson, and supposedly JT Jackson has a spot. And he hit me up. Believe this or not, everyone, JT Jackson hit me up and said, bro, will you bowl with me at the holiday doubles? I want to bowl with you. And I got to tell you, I don't get those calls very often. This was a text, but I don't get that very often. And I love JT. And you want to know, we would be on the betting board. Our odds would be so unbelievably long shot odds on us. And I gotta tell you, I think I can get 20 more pins a game out of JT. Now that might only be 220. And if he's listening, he knows I'm giving him a hard time here. But man, it's a high scoring tournament, but as everybody says, you need a lefty to win, right? Well, he might be the lefty. I love the pin action here, by the way. That shot on 21 was pretty impressive. Yeah, maybe I'll, so there's a chance I'm bowling with JT, but when I looked at the lineup of all the teams, I didn't see our name on the list. And you guys are probably like, well, Mike, don't you run the event? Isn't it? I'm like, yeah, but Jerry Anderson handles all that. I don't do any of that. I set up and broadcast the event on the interwebs to you guys and make sure that works. That's my role of that event. I don't want the rest of it. But, yeah. So I might be bowling. Maybe I'll get Linda Barnes to bowl with me next year in this event. I'll let her anchor. Linda, I'd give you 220 a game here. You give me 235. Let's figure this out. 235 and I give 220. That's 55 a game. Would we make the cut? Let's see. 55 times 8. It's 440 over. Woo! If I practice my spares coming in, maybe I can get 225 a game. Huh. I don't know. It'd be close. It'd be close. Let's see. We got no bowling there. This left pair just is finishing up here. Got one game to go. And then we get to do it all over again for a B squad. No bowling there, no bowling there. So, one of the rare treats of the day. I'll bring it into the booth right here. Here's my standing sheets. Here's my notes on what does what around here with all the stuff plugged in. This is my my water. And I told you guys that I was getting, that I got cold in here, so I put on my track suit, ready to go out and do a little running. I've got my Cisco pin, an official Bowling Proprietors Association of America, otherwise known as the BPAA Smart Buy Partner. Make sure you check those out. Check them out as a company. They support bowling. What else can I show you guys up here? Still got my note from Daniel Ferish when he got his Century Award earlier today. He started with game 1. He bowled 144, and he bowled 257 right behind it. So, but we called it right here that was going to happen. So, any bowling yet? Yes. All right. I can bounce out of here, take you, get the Game 8 graphic up, and action underway on 29 and 30. Got Aaron Holloman. There are a lot of Hollomans in the field. And I don't know how they're all related, but they got to be, right? He's bowling with Carl Williams, also on that pair, Billy Levan and Jimmy Dunn. Next door, we're going to have Aaron Ruiz, Darren Chaffin, Glenn Brown, and Brian Brigham. So your leaders. Hello, Christian from Poland. Welcome. Starting to see the lanes really start to hook in this 8th game. It's a lot of traffic on the lanes. A lot of friction, a lot of hook. I'll give you an informational reset here. My name is Mike Flanagan on Inside Bowling here. If this is your first time watching our channel, we certainly do appreciate you stopping by and seeing us. We put out instructional videos every Tuesday and Thursday on our channel to help people bowl better. We also have a Facebook group. It's called Backstage Bowling, where you can continue the conversation and actually talk to the coaches that give you these free lessons online at a product called BackstageBowling.com. You can check out Backstage Bowling. You get a 7-day free trial. And you get access to Shannon and Brian O'Keefe. Brian O'Keefe is the head coach of Team USA. Shannon O'Keefe is the head coach of the women's McKendree Bowling Bearcats team. She's also the reigning two-time PWBA Player of the Year. So those are a couple of great minds to be able to tap into. And then you also get Mike Shady, who has been hidden under a rock most of his coaching career, but is a tremendous coach with the mental game as well as the physical game. He also just happens to be the all-time leader at the Open Championships in average all-time. So very decorated career, also won on the PBA Tour. And he's also an amazing father, amazing human being, and does great at his full-time teaching job, teaching young adults how to be great people. So he's in there. And then, of course, Mike Jasnow, who is the only person of our coaching membership group that coaches full-time and has for 30 years. So, I mean, that's all the guy does all day. He wakes up, sleeps, breathes, everything, coaching. And you can have access to those 4 incredible people in bowling by going over to BackstageBowling.com. and being part of the Facebook group. You can post videos of yourself bowling. You'll get feedback from the coaches. You can ask them questions, pick their brains about your arsenal, and pay attention to what all the other people ask as well, because a lot of the questions that people ask are the ones that you wanted to ask, and they get answered in other ways. So it's a great thing that I'm a part of. Would love for you to check that out. Also, we do sell merch on our website, InsideBowling.com. That's how you can help support the stream. We don't charge for these streams, but we do like you to pay a fee, and the fee is subscribe to the channel, tell other people about this broadcast, share it, like our social media pages, and follow us along the journey. That's the fee to show up and be here. We don't ask for money. That's all we ask for. And if you feel like buying some Christmas gifts from our website, where we have some funny, quirky bowling tees, over 500 of them, check it out. We'd love the support there. And then in addition to that, we're posting standings on our Twitter feed, Twitter Inside Bowling. We are here at the 2021 Nightmare Doubles, put on by Corcus Chisholm and Brian Kennedy. Brian Kennedy from Bowl 101 right here, one of the great sponsors of the event. Almost had a 2-8-10 picked up there. Almost. I want to thank our sponsors, Brunswick, Brooks Agency, Bowl 101, and First Community Bank. Also want to thank everybody here at the All Fam Bowling and Entertainment Center here in Cabot, Arkansas, for hosting the event. Great bowling center, beautiful place. And there's a lot of construction going on around here, not at the bowling center in particular, but the roads and stuff. So things are growing down here in Cabot, Arkansas. And we've got 8 games for you. This is the 8th game. It'll all be archived here on our YouTube channel. We'll be back at 2 p.m., and we'll have 8 more games for you. And then we'll be back at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for 5 games of cashers qualifying. And then we'll come back right after that with 8 round-robin match play games to the top 8 finalists. And then we'll call it a day, and we'll crown a champion. And we'll all go home and get ready to start our week next week. But a lot of bowling left here today in the meantime. We'll see if Darren Chaffin and Aaron Ruiz can hold on to this lead. See if they get to 600 over. Thank you. I have standings after 7 games now in my hand. So let's do the math there. That would be 2,800. So 576 over, plus 576 is Chaffin and Ruiz. $511 over is Cam Hurwitz and Alec Keplinger. They bowled 526, 510 the last 2 games. Those guys are coming on strong. Sean Lavery Spar and Michael Hallman are in 3rd at plus 508. At plus 408 in 4th is Brian Brigham and Glenn Brown Jr. At plus 388 is Rick Justice and Billy Rogers. In 6th is Jonathan Hallman and Corey Imhoff at 343 over. At 341 over is Novak and Ferish. They're in 7th. 327 over is Barnes and Rock. They're in 8th. 313 over is Anthony Richmond and Terry Solvent at 313. They're in 9th. Nick Summer, Derek Lewis at 278 over is in 10th. The Lease Camps are 276 over in 11th. Corey Smith, Brad Brooks, 235 over in 12th. So there's your update on the standings, everybody. 576. And earlier, during game number 1, when I was asked what I thought would lead the squad, I basically took 75 over times 8 is 600. And right now it's 576. And Darren Chaffin and Aaron Ruiz right here are going to be the ones that are most likely going to lead. And they're probably going to bowl a lot more than 424. So it's going to be north of 600 over to lead the squad, barring a a huge black cloud I could have just put on them, but I think we're safe to say I would put these guys at about 675 here, so it's going to be about 650 over will lead this squad here on the house shot. Oh, I love this one here. Couple of things here. Preston says all the Hollemans are cousins. LOL. By the way, it's a fact. They're all cousins. PA says it's been almost 30 years since I've bowled, loving this, and found my red hammer and wine U-dot a couple of days ago. Well, you get that red hammer fit to your hand again, and that wine U-dot. And when the red hammer's hooking too much for you, switch to the wine U-dot and make sure you play the friction. Or you might be able to eBay those bowling balls and get enough money to build a whole new arsenal for yourself. But welcome back to bowling. Tony here says, really enjoying listening to you. Sometimes going a little off topic's a good thing. Keep up the great work. Hey, thanks. Appreciate it. Let's see. Michael and John Holloman are brothers. PA just subbed to the channel. Thanks. We're on our way to 40K. And Stephen Allen wants to know, how am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I wasn't sure how I was going to go today, because usually I set up the night before, but I had to set everything up this morning, which means my wake-up call was 5:30. But everything works, so I'm pretty happy with this. One other little thing that you guys don't know about is the monitors in the building, pair to pair, are not level on some of the pairs. Like one is like 3 or 4 inches lower than the other, which creates that was a cool messenger, by the way, on 29. But it creates really interesting picture-in-picture work that you have to do when you build this thing out. So just for instance, I'm going to show you some behind the scenes. If I didn't build these pictures-in-pictures, okay, here's what you would be watching. Okay? So this is what you would see if I didn't build the picture-in-pictures. You'd just be like, oh, okay, all right. And then if I took you over here, here's what the other pair looks like. Okay? Now look at that right monitor. See that up there? That requires a secondary picture-in-picture build, because otherwise the monitor would look all crooked. So when you look at this that I built right here, the monitors are level. See that over on the right? That takes a little doing. And then if you want to see when I build those out, here's what the monitor actually. See the height difference there? And technically, I don't need to build the pictures-in-pictures. I could have been lazy and just said, here's your shot, everybody. And it's really not that bad. It's really not that bad of an angle. I could have just lowered this a little bit. But when you have this software, and I don't mind doing it for y'all, this is what we have instead. And that's the stuff that takes time. And that's what I freak out about. See, I'm just like you guys. I'm a fan of bowling, and I can kind of sit here and talk bowling. I can do that, right? But you know that when I do this, the bowling is the last thing I think about. It's getting all this stuff to work. My girlfriend Kim came with me to the Springfield event, And she's like, I'll help you set up. And she was watching me plug everything in. Now, she knows I go and do these events. She's been with me for 10 years. Like, so she's seen it all. But she's like, I don't even know how this stuff even works. How do you even get it to work? It's crazy. It really is. And the problem is, the more fancy you get with it, the more chances stuff can go wrong. But everything seems to be working well. I got to tell you, those of you that think Apple sucks, these MacBook Pros that run all this, knock on wood, now that I say this, man, they run like a champ. I don't have to worry about it. It's awesome. MacBook Pros, way to go. Anyway, back to the leaders. Got a little sidetrack there. And you guys are all probably telling me in the chat. I haven't looked at the chat. When I go on these little rants, I don't look at the chat until after it's over. But you guys are probably telling me, dude, don't build the picture-in-picture. Just put the one camera up there. It looked fine. That's probably what you're going to tell me. Let's see. Cindy says, hey, Mike, you're my favorite announcer. Love the sense of humor. Well, I'm glad there's one of you out there, Cindy. Let's see. Yeah, no problem. And look, here, I sit here and tell you I do this stuff. It's a paid gig, folks. This is a paid gig. I'm not just doing this just for the hell of it, right? But this value that I charge to do this, it helps with getting sponsors. It helps with getting entries for following years. You know, just like any business, you got to pay to promote it, right? So when these guys here hook up with us, you know, we promote this event to our combined 80,000 followers across 4 platforms, right? It's going to help you with entries. We built their flyer for them. You know, we do full marketing services for these events if they want it. And, you know, it's not a bad gig. And it helps grow our brand, which that's the thing I think I'm most proud of, is that, you know, I created this brand in 2010, August 26, 2010, Inside Bowling. And it was originally going to be called STL Bowling, and then I'm like, no, that's too market driven. What if it really can't grow or scale if it's STL Bowling or Inside STL Bowling? So I'm like, let's go Inside Bowling. And that's what we do. I changed the logo about, I don't know, 6 years ago now. We used to have a big star with a bowling pin and a bowling ball. Very bowling typical, right? Then I started understanding marketing a little bit better and what you should do. And we've had this logo for quite a while. Most people like it. I'm never satisfied. I think the logo's okay. But it's become recognizable. When we first moved to this logo, oh man, I had a lot of friends come up to me and say, "You're crazy. What is this? You can't even tell what it reads." Well, yeah, well, people recognize it one day. Now you guys see what I did there, right? Everybody calls me the Black Cloud. I was just going to keep talking. See if this 300 was going to be bold. But hey, nice run out there, Mr. Holloman. Aaron Holloman. Aaron Holloman, 80 over today. Gonna bowl his highest game, 279. He finishes it out. Thanks, Horan. I appreciate the positive comments. Let's see. We have a request on how the lease camps are bowling. I got to tell you, they are all the way down on 13 and 14. They are way, way down there. So I don't know how they're bowling right now. Through 2 squads of qualifying, which will be later today, you know, that number is going to be really important. And what these guys are doing right here, Glenn Brown and Brian Brigman, they started out like a house of fire, and they've had a couple of not so great games. You know, they bowled 469, 489, 493, were cruising, then bowled 460, 453, 394, and 450. But they're looking to finish strong here. 269 and 261. Which would leave them walking out of here with a much better taste in their mouth. Chaffin and Ruiz, their day is 467, 485, 462, 474, and in 535, 512, 441 the last game. And now this game, possible 243 and 238. Tremendous bowling this morning by both of these guys. They deserve to lead the event. They're going to be, well, probably 640 over. So those of you that voted on the poll earlier today, would it be 600 or plus over? You win. What I'd like for you to do is I'd like for you to grab your right hand, maneuver it over towards your back, and go ahead and pat yourself on the back for choosing that 600 over. Brigman and Brown, 168 pins behind Chaffin and Ruiz. Buck can pick up about 50 here on them if they finish it out. Going into the 5 games in the Cashers round tomorrow. Be interesting to see how many of these teams do re-enter here today. Gonna roll the 4. Oh, no. Seeing some players start to incorporate loft into their game as we are towards the end of the block here. They're bowling on a house shot here. This event is on a house condition. Typical house shot. High scoring. Hi, Keith. High game's 269, man. Keep working at it. You'll eventually get that perfect game. Now, I don't know if you guys have noticed, Aaron Ruiz's T-shirt that he's wearing here today. And it's very, very dark in the bowlers area. I tried to expose the cameras a little bit better, but I also don't want it too overly white balanced. But which the other pair of lanes, I think I have the exposure set a little bit higher. It's a little bit in your face, a little sunny, but best I can do with the equipment that I have. But check out this shirt that he's wearing. I don't know if you guys can make it out, but I'm going to tell you what it says. It says, "That's some bullshit." That's what it says. That's some bullshit. BOWLSHIT. That's some bullshit. Well, let me tell you something right now. That was some bowling today. Nice bowling today, Aaron Ruiz. 481 to finish out their day. And they crossed with Brian Brigman and Glenn Brown. And from the middle part of the block, both of those teams were first and second. So they fed off each other today. Did a very good job bowling together. Got some action here finishing up on 21 through 24. See Anthony Richmond. Six pins. They were in ninth coming into this game. We'll have standings after these 8 games posted on our Twitter feed and on Facebook. And we hope you join us coming back at 2 o'clock. It's just about 2 hours from now, almost exact. We'll have 8 more games. So if we start, that's a wicked messenger there. So if we started today at 8 for practice and we're done at noon, that means today we'll start at 2 and we'll be done at 6. I'm back tomorrow morning at 10. Richmond crosses over, 226. Well, looks like that's going to do it here. Bring it back into the booth. Want to thank you for joining me on this squad here today from All Fam Bowling and Entertainment Center here in Cabot, Arkansas. Hope you've enjoyed the 8 games this morning on the house condition. Very high scoring. Be back with a fuller squad, the next squad. Take up to 30 teams, and they are taking re-entries as well. So Should see a lot of good scores here this afternoon, especially the people taking a second crack at it. Again, everybody, this event would not be possible without our great sponsors. I want to thank them one more time. I want to thank Brunswick, family of brands. When you're considering your next bowling ball purchase, make sure you check out Brunswick. Also to Brad Brooks at the Brooks Agency for his support of this event, putting sponsorship dollars in. Brad does a great job at the Brooks Agency. Bowl 101, the pro shop located just behind me here inside Cabot, Arkansas, here at All Fam Bowling and Entertainment Center. And new sponsor this year, the First Community Bank. Definitely want to thank them as well. So that's going to do it here for today. Thanks for watching. If you haven't subscribed to the channel or liked this video, please make sure that you do. We certainly do appreciate it. That's the fee for coming on and watching this free coverage that we have, we like to say. So for everybody here at the Bowling Center and for Brian and Corky's for hosting the event and running the event, and to all of you for watching today, all the bowlers for providing great entertainment on the lanes, I'm Mike Flanagan. We'll see you today at 2 o'clock for the B Squad qualifying coming up here on Inside Bowling. Have a great day, everybody.